Well, hello, good evening, everyone. Hello to everyone who's on board, who's in the Zoom cafe. It's now 7 o'clock your time.
Recording in progress.
There is a recording in progress.
Yes.
Thank you, Martha.
We're making you in, Bruce.
For those who don't know, I'm Bruce Cohen. I'm currently the president of the board of the Festival of Words. We have most of our board members here this evening, and we have quite an evening of performances laid out for you. We have fantastic, wonderful female author and artist who's going to take up most of our evening this evening. And then at the end, we'll have a bit of a Q&A with her. That's Mona Lisa Saloy is with us this evening as our featured author. And then after we finish with that, we'll have some time left for an open mic. And we have 14 people as of right now scheduled to perform. So if you're just visiting us or you're here to see what this is all about, we welcome you with open arms and lots of love. And there will be a lot of love shared through the words that our artists will have this evening. So just a couple of bits of business that we always like to get out of the way is when a performer is performing, everybody else should either self-mute or will mute you. So there's no distractions in the background. We're not hearing any lawnmowers or dishwashers or dogs barking. Sometimes we hear parrots, but we with James, but we've allowed that. That's the one thing we allow. We allow is parrots or are they parakeets or parrots? They're parrots, right, James? Yeah. So we allow them every so often to get a squawk in. But for those of you who are not involved in the performance aspect at that moment, please mute yourself. We would greatly appreciate that. Once again, welcome to the Festival Awards open mic for the month of February, the first one in 2022. Woo-woo! The Festival Awards will hold its annual celebration in the first weekend of November. And this is our 15th year as one of the great literary festivals in the state of Louisiana. So we are all very, very proud of that. 15 years we've been going. So we're extremely thankful and grateful for that. Also, if you're coming in late, make sure that you come in muted as well if there's somebody performing, so we don't hear any kind of background noise that would disturb their performance, and we would greatly appreciate that as well. So I'm going to kick things off with our featured author this evening. Tonight, we have a very special author and performer with us. We have Mona Lisa Saloy. She's a PhD, an award-winning author and folklorist. She's an educator and a scholar of Creole culture and articles, documentaries, and poems about Black New Orleans before and after Katrina. Currently Conrad N. Hilton Endowed Professor and of English at Dillard University in New Orleans. Dr. Saloy documents Creole culture and sidewalk songs and jump rope themes and clap hand games to discuss the importance of play. Her first collection of poetry is entitled Red Beans and Ricely Yours. I love that. Poems, Truman State University Press, published. Won the 2005 T.S. Eliot Prize for Poetry, as well as the Penn Oakland Josephine Miles 16th Annual National Literary Award in 2006. Her second published collection, entitled Second Line Home, that's why she has a second line behind her, if you've noticed, New Orleans Poems, was published by Truman State University Press in 2014. Mona Lisa Saloy writes for those who don't and can't tell Black Creole cultural stories. You can visit all and see all of her writings and visit her at monalisasaloy.com. That's a Mona Lisa, like the painting, Saloy, SLOY.com, or you can tweet to @RedBeanSister. As Louisiana's literary ambassador for 2 years, the Poet Laureate, which Mona Lisa is currently the Poet Laureate for the state of Louisiana, is its literary ambassador. The Poet Laureate travels the state encouraging fellow Louisianians to explore and engage with poetry. So without much further ado, Ms. Mona Lisa Saloy.
Hi, thank you for having me. Welcome, everyone. It is a thrill, an honor, and a pleasure to be here with you. And kudos to and congratulations to Patrice and Martha and the whole crew at Festival of Words. You have been so faithful doing this. And so I'm here to just encourage you to keep doing that. We have such a rich culture in this state. So many people from so many places to make up this unusual gumbo, we call it in Louisiana. It is, oh my God, precious to me and to all of us. And so it takes all of us to make this state great. And it is our beloved home. So keep telling your stories. We need you to document our lives now. And so that generations hence will know who we were and how wonderfully we lived, how we take the joy in every day, and how we handle the hard times. And so we need you to keep doing this. So Festival of Words, you are my hero, shero, everything. So thank you for all that you are and all that you do. And heartfelt congratulations on celebrating 15 years. That is just outstanding. I love it. Okay, so I'm going to share my work, and then we'll open the floor for quick Q&A. So I thought I would begin with something brand new, hot off the computer. And it's unpublished, of course, because it's new. And it's called A Long Way Home. Last pandemic years took you so far away to hospital views of those ill from COVID-19, the suffering of those who could not breathe without ventilators. And each time we saw the struggling in beds raised or faces tubed, our hearts went with each trial of strangers stuck in their houses, the kids bored or missing classmates, or forgetting their friends' faces, or the news of Africans, Asians, or Europeans, their ill numbers rising daily, weekly, monthly, their lovely cobblestone streets empty of people, like the many bars, eateries, empty shops here in our hometowns. My brother glad for wives and kids, and my sister, my brothers, we could not visit. She with no FaceTime, and the guys with their wives giving those, he did that again, looks, glances, laughing. Then students started to read more and enjoy it, think more, listen more. And we all listened to each other more. After a good or hard while, we learned that we took a long way, many days, to be together at home. Just my take on what's going on. And this poem is a comment on my work, one of the poems about my writing. It's very brief, like Langston Hughes did. I am living to heal the hole in my heart. From Middle Passage, salt water burns. To kiss the earth of my mother fatherland, Africa. To become one with my ancestors, the Ashanti, Ibu, Hausa, Yoruba, Pygmy, Dogon, Wolof, Fulani, Zulu, Watusi, Mandingo, Nubian. My brothers, sisters, my mother's great-great-grandmothers, my father's great-great-grandfathers, my ancient homeland, my people with ages and ancient temples in their eyes. Saltwater Africans, return to me, the salt burning my eyes, a cleansing of heart. I mentioned the many cultures of Louisiana, and so this poem from my second book, Sankofa Nola, tries to capture just the multiple cultures and all that makes us who we are. But Sankofa comes from the Akan people of West Africa. It was an ancient kingdom, and it stretched from Mali in the north to Ghana along the eastern seaboard. And Sankofa itself means looking back to go forward. And it's usually the image of a bird, a double-headed bird, literally. One head looking in the past and one looking forward. And so this is Sankofa Nola. Our names return 2 or 3 or 4 centuries to ancestors shipped here like sardines. Saltwater Africans coupled to Euro-Irish, English, French, German, Italian, Spanish, Portuguese, Filipino, or natives Choctaw, Homa, Natchez, Alabama, and others far and wide. More recently, Vietnamese, Latinos from Honduras to Mexico. These families with roots like the live oaks firmly planted, then arms embracing and arching over like an umbrella against torrential wars, winds, diseases, disappointments, bring our African selves and souls to echo from Cuba, Haiti, and all points Caribbean or Central American to carve lives into New Orleans, Caribbean North, we call it, into neighborhoods like Gentilly, Sugar Hill, Treme, Polyland, and so many others, resonating into celebrating births, baptisms, confirming cultural dances of sorrow songs, blues, jazz, reggae, and burying our deads in rocking, homegoing gospel celebrations with horse-drawn carriages of solemn dirges of grief. Then handkerchief flying, trombone blasting, second line dances, celebrating a life well lived. So we can cry, smile, and continue masking until the next Mardi Gras. There's a whole lot of praying in between. the altar candles lit in promises of faith, the novenas of devotion to our Lord, venerating saints like Anne, Joseph, and saving sinners, cleansing souls, blessing each day, each week, each decade, each century. The promise of better for generations to come. Not hurricanes, not tornadoes, not torrential shifts can sway such steady faith and love of God, family, community. Firmly planted for centuries, Creoles who know how to live well and do daily. La joie de vivre ain't no big mati, ain't no big lie. Love always, committed to caring. One family, one block, one church, many Cubans, Haitians, Puerto Rican, Creole cultures together, celebrating each one's crafts, teaching each one's generations, grounded in this Crescent City landscape of camellia, bougainvillea, hydrangea, iris, insippi, and pontchartrain clay, with swamp, mosquitoes, and sunshine. Now, I want to share even more of the heart of my work. How we were raised, very simply. We didn't know we were poor, but I was blessed to never go hungry. Always had a roof over my head. We lived in shotgun homes in the neighborhood in the 7th Ward. And those were architectural features imported from West Africa. We know that without a doubt now. And it was interesting because they're long and narrow, and you had to pass through each room to get to the other. So these are called Shotgun Life. Several of them are short and sonnet. So the sonnets are kind of in between. So it won't take long, but give you a sense of what it was like growing up in the 7th Ward in Shotgun. Shotgun Life 1. My chocolate-faced mother dropped me into my Creole daddy's hands at home on the 4-poster I slept on still until Hurricane Katrina drowned it. It was their first new furniture bought on account at Universal, $1.25 a week for wood posts carved like pineapples blooming, with a head and footboard that fans out announcing the AMs of squeezing between mother and daddy, the crackle of the funnies, the snorts of his snoring, her shh, when only the sparrows and blue jays outside sing their morning call. With brother still dead to the world, his arms perched like a runner, while sister yawns a peek at us for a coast is clear into her only privacy, the first bath of the day, in the bear claw tub, long enough to stretch inside a dream or two of rooms with doors instead of the shotgun rooms that run into each other, like all of us all day long, until cooler evenings on the front porch or gallery. The southerly breezes from the Gulf calming and warming up spring before hurricanes come. Shotgun Life 2 sonnet. Do you know what it means to miss New Orleans? Not heat or rain, mosquitoes, flies, but talk. Hey nows between neighbors, mothers, fathers, sidewalk parties, Claiborne, backstreet parades. Do you know why natives who left return, relearn to live Cayenne and raise stories of how they grew under oak trees, willow and pine, how streets give way to brullies, floating red beans rhythms that mourn and praise each day, over feathers all plumed with stones and beads? It means crawfish, cowan, mint love, and bee, gumbo as new with no regrets, a dance. Shotgun Life 3. We are a people of this place where our footprints speak the mashuket gossip of those who parade daily before front porches and side galleries. The voices of my family are laughter to my spirit. The voices of my neighbors are my days defined with potato salad across fences or crawfish bisque saved just for me, my name in all their pots. West now carrying mosquitoes run most inside evenings. Here we take turns braiding hair between thighs of elder sisters and cousins, or hold jacks contests, or eat fresh boiled crawfish in season, then wash the porch with lye to kill the stains and stench or evil spells. The Blessed Mother still guards back steps, yards, and porches, The families inside, their altars for Lent, glowing in the dusk of misty air. Sickle-carrying grass cutters retire into the night. Angel trumpets open and fragrance the evening. Neighborhood dogs, Rottweilers, and would-be Rottweilers lay still. The fullness of a meal sedates until the wee hours when their barks will rattle the night, announcing some late-night passerby or cat on the street. We give thanks for these days of peace and pray for quick resolve, the Corona-19 pandemic. Shotgun Life 5. When I was a little person, our house was everybody's home. Cousins with aunts and uncles who kiss as they enter each time. One aunt lived in the St. Bernard projects. When her house, little bungalow, bought cheap, the price progress costs poor people, owner or not. Uncle's wife died, brought me cousin D, like my brother, until 10 years. Uncle piano playing bricklaying man took D to a new home. Our empty house without D. Aunts, cousins, uncles, just a shotgun. Even the grass shed tears, AMs. Shotgun Life 6. Roots, 200 years of Louisiana Purchase. A sonnet. It was 1803, New Orleans, world port. Mississippi wealth poured steamboats, gamblers, craftsmen, merchants, bankers, poor, rich, boom growth. Third largest U.S. city, best land deal. For 4 cents per acre, American. But France plus Spain, Latin roots now Creole when baked, African spice spills in Vucari. Faubourgs, below canal, downtown music. Shotgun homes, brick walkways, lamb's ear gardens, semi-tropics. Alligators roam streets. Mosquitoes wreck composure. Sweat drips. Ceilings, high heat escapes. Shutter sunlight. Shotgun Life 7, old school, circa 1960s, another sonnet. Backyard barbecues, oysters on French bread? Oh, yes. Family, friends, and folks eat, dance. Count great-grandchildren playing coon can, Smokey, Marvin, Cold Jack's beer, hot fried chicken. Party under blankets shading the sun. Through dusk, when tipsy aunts, uncles grinding on dimes and St. Aug grass, shame kids. Shuck more oysters. Fry more catfish, jack back cream sodas, kids napping on loving laps. Everyone dances now. Rhythm and blues, swoons, wee hours. No birthday bash, no christening, just week's end. Friday night fish fry, speakeasy on grass. Hope you enjoyed those. So that was kind of how life was growing up. And more closely, I was honored to become caregiver for my father the last decade and a half of his life. And I was the single daughter and no children of my own. And my dad needed me. And it was a wonderful thing to learn who my father was as a grown woman. Certainly I was a daddy's girl, but I was a kid. So to return home as an adult, and I didn't know what would happen or how much responsibility I took on, or that he really needed me, but I just knew my dad needed help. So these poems came out of that. And it's a section called My Daddy, for my Creole daddy. This is my dad's blue easy chair, 4 years old and still too new. It blues his eyes when he sits sipping coffee and chicory, more like Mississippi River mud. This is my dad's green shirt that fades his eyes gray sometimes when he calls me by my sister's name now. But I remember that he wiped my behind and mopped the floors when Mother tired of walking all over New Orleans to Congress hats, or that special Applejack brim he needed to blend with this green shirt he can no longer button by himself. I fold family memories with this green seersucker shirt, thinning finally like Daddy's snow white 87-year-old hair. He walked the beaches of Marseille, flew over North Africa, and whipped up Coubion for GI buddies like Mr. Newstetter and Mr. Jackson whenever they landed. Newstetter called my daddy nutshot. He said, since he was a short dude and would end fights quickly with a swift kick, you know where, it never failed. And what was my mother's name again? Mr. Jackson brings my daddy cigarettes Fridays when he visits his brother Tommy, who sits near my daddy's good ear in the day room. Jackson brings me Menthols all the damn time. Must have saved his life or something, you get me? Ain't seen him in 50 years or more. In my company. There's no place like New Orleans, no way, yeah. Cowhands used to crawl out the swamp into my black-eyed pot. His blue eyes fade under lids drunk with sleep. He draws a long swig of near beer. Oh, those taste just like a bud, Daddy affirms. It satisfies his need for a cold one now. You look just like your mother, girl, but you're just too yellow. Any more bread pudding? Daddy's philosophy, too. Daddy loves coffee with chicory in his cream and sugar every morning, just after 5:30. Says he eats to keep from getting hungry. At 86, he forgets when and what he eats, especially Haagen-Dazs on a stick. Can inhale one after another with a smile like sunshine while peeling away the plastic wrap. He sees me watching, says, that's what it means. What? I ask. La joie de vivre, he says. The joy of life, I ask. Sure, the New Orleans motto, he says. The reasons for heavenly hips, drumstick thighs, and huggable bellies. Yeah, you're right. Even the French say that, Daddy. No, girl, not like we do. We work like we don't need the money. We love like we've never been hurt. We dance like nobody's watching. And we eat like there's no tomorrow. Daddy Poem 3, New Orleans Then. Mother says I was born at home on the four-poster. She says she dropped me into Daddy's hands on a Friday afternoon, said I laughed and laughed again. Mother says she didn't even know I was coming till she fell down the back porch steps, a faint spell or a haint ghost visit, she thought. And Daddy thinking their baby-making days long since gone. They were chewing on short grass in those days, Daddy says. So Mother sewed future dreams into our dresses and Haspel Brothers' tropical seersucker suits. Those days, Daddy aimed to stop working for the cigar factory, to stop passing for white just to keep a job. He wrapped and shipped the finest tobacco rolls, he said, to feed us. Said at the cigar factory, he had to listen to all sorts of hateful slurs, his stomach churning all day long, the puke taste rising to his tongue on the streetcar ride home. Some days he walked off his anger, saved the bus fare for us for soft drinks at dinner. The five of us on red beans and rice Mondays with Dixiana French bread, Tuesdays with cornbread, Wednesdays with galette, pan-fried shortening bread, and Barks cream soda or root beer, the sweetest days we knew. This is Daddy Poem 4. My daddy was a man. He might have been high yellow, but no one was blacker inside. That came from his Uncle Henri, a dark Creole who raised him after his daddy left, his mom and little sister Mildred. Daddy quit school in the 3rd grade to work, be the man of the house. His first job at the cigar factory, he sorted tobacco, then rolled watching the wrinkled faces happy for $1 a day. The smell, he said, soaked his skin, and all weekend washing left traces. Then Mondays rubbed the cigar smell into his pores again. I can see him now, a short, wiry, white-looking black kid who had to keep his mouth shut so the bosses wouldn't know he was colored. With third grade schooling, said he counted faster than a lot of grown men, had a knack for organizing, a way with customers, never lost a sale. So they put him on deliveries where he picked up new customers all along River Road, driving around the Pelican State at 15, bringing home beaucoup de l'argent, lots of money, since 8. My daddy, he was a man. And this is the last one of that series for Daddy 5. My daddy loved 3 families. Ours was the second. He outlived 2 wives, buried them in a flow of tears and beer long as the Mississippi. Mostly, I remember lots of hugs and kisses, snuggling next to Daddy during the nightly news on TV after dinner daily, or him dancing with my dark chocolate mother at night at the Autocrat Club on St. Bernard Avenue. On Fridays in season, we had crawfish by the pound, oysterlos, or hot sausage sandwiches at Mulet's restaurant. With draft beer we took home in a stainless steel pot that sealed like a canning jar. Springtime brought Cowan and Daddy's expert taking of its head, then gently removing the neck gland, a purple thing of poison if burst. He hung the headless turtle. It's still kicking for 3 days on the wooden fence. Even its head snapped for hours in the grass. Never lost a Cowan. Its 21 meat flavors tasting of beef, pork, fish, and then some. The turtle eggs, my mother's favorite, promised youth, health, and sexy eyes, Daddy said. When he shooed aunts, uncles, and mother out of the kitchen, he blended herbs for saute and his special roux before stewing. Big Sunday breakfast with galette, stovetop, shortening bread, and homemade cocoa. Omelets whipped just so to let mother sleep late, then wake us for church. He wouldn't come, though. He said, "Pray for me. I'll get to glory." Go long so, Daddy. So that was in, I think, the first collection. And then this is a follow-up those were from Second Line, Red Beans and Rice Are Yours. But this one, Creole Daddy Ways, was in the second book, Second Line Home, Creole Daddy Ways. My Creole daddy's first wife was caramel cute, 5 feet petite, had wavy hair like white folks, a cradle Catholic, church going regularly like waking up to sunshine. She was his sweetheart, warming the home front when his long river road trips kept him away nights, delivering newly rolled tobacco, packed like sardines in wooden boxes. Then something about one homecoming, she asleep in the sheets she pressed so perfectly. Daddy said she broke his heart in half, like a walnut split down the middle. My Creole daddy's second wife was my mother. Deep, dark chocolate, tall like me, 5'8", heavy-boned. A black beauty, he often said. She a PK, a preacher's kid, the eldest, rock of her family, born and raised Baptist, Mount Zion style. Had no idea why my Creole daddy saw beauty in her face. She could sew, grow roses like her Chapatula's mom, heal most cuts and ailments with herbs from the yard. From Baptist, mother converted to Catholic to marry my Creole daddy. And that was the last time most saw him at church until his end. My chocolate Creole mother was more Catholic than my Creole daddy, he said. She prayed enough for him. She prayed to the Blessed Mother and practiced healing when folks needed it. A few spells, only blessings. When she passed, my world crushed like smashed pecans. Scattered hope here, broken dreams there. I see her nose daily in my mirror. I kiss with her lips, smile with her eyes. She taught me to crochet when it rained for days, to find the beauty in any space of a home. Though she feared, I swam for her. She feared water. I swam for her. Brought home medals to assure her the kindness of water and that Negroes can swim. Okay, You swim for me, she said. Now, my Creole daddy's last wife, Dee Dee, was tall and milk chocolate, rockin' Baptist herself, and the rock of her family, raising 9 kids alone, caring for her ailing father, a good Christian woman. Like my mother, she sang any day. My mother sang Charles Brown's, Bells Will Be Ringing, any season, anytime she had a mind to belt it out like a sneeze. But Dee Dee, she sang, Amazing Grace, all hours of the day, staggering or sober. Now, Dee Dee was common and had little common sense, stayed drunk daily. And that ain't no big mati, no big lie. Told me I was smart because I earned my way. So I said, my Creole daddy insisted that I stand up for myself or have to lay down for anything or anyone. Skills, he said. A woman had to have some skills her own, just not too many, so she didn't need a colored man. Dee Dee's last daughter, about to graduate Joseph S. Clark High School like me, was killed going to the senior prom by a hit and run on the new Claiborne Avenue interstate. Like me, she wanted college, choices a woman can make for herself. She died instantly, Carol Ann, and that killed so much in Dee Dee, my Creole daddy's third wife. Some say she drank herself to death. Some say Dee Dee had a bourbon with a Coke back for breakfast most days. I'll witness that. Still, I know better. Grief. Grief got hold of her like the left side of bad luck and never let go. Finally, she has peace. Just reading that brings back so many memories. So many. And because it's, as Hallmark says, love-you-ary, February, I'd like to read just a couple of love poems this afternoon. This afternoon, we seeped like light through a closed door's crevices, disregarding chain and lock. Both having recent lessons, we swapped precautionary measures, traded safety hints, and proceeded to open ourselves raw, enjoying fresh subjects, verbs, and tender, easy loving. Email, hey now, thanks for your call. Your voice on the line, a welcome. I remember when I first saw you towering over the Whole Foods cashier. I forgot that strangers remain so until the first hi opens one moment like a new letter in the mail. It hurt me that I was too chicken to talk, busied myself among apples, grapes, and blueberries, spread like corn on the ground for pecking. Because I believed walking up to your proud blackness that filled the place like a Zulu king or a Denzel needed more than the shyness I held in these palms. What I really wanted was to smile, hold your hand, and follow you anywhere. I thought I needed to be high-heeled and business bank suited to catch your eye. But your voice smiling at me on the phone tonight, the sound of maybe. I want to speak your language, hold your words in my heart, a shed from a storm. I want to wear your spirit, the glad sunlight you share daily, a beacon of safety at sea. Here is my ear to drink your cares, my eyes to watch you blossom. Here is my hand, hi to you. And this last one, it's a sonnet. When I need you to hold me and you lean just inches away, maybe I can't tell you how I need to sometimes. Sounds easy that one can just say something to someone, but some words come like bricks in your throat and the brow bleeds and female parts butterfly. And I surrender to your need for a hug in your eyes when you can't tell me, but I can hear it in your purr sometimes, in your pouring over me like honey, hot and golden, touching inch by inch, finger to fold in heat, and the way those chestnut eyes follow me like an airplane when we need to be held and we can't say. And because all the others are little long, I want to just end with something that I have to give thanks for all the doors that God has opened for me. I am thrilled at this moment in my life to be needed for my work and to share with you and to hopefully urge you to continue to be you. There's no competition. We all walk in our own shoes, on our own 2 feet. There are no two of us alike, and only you see the world through your eyes. So tell us what you see and what you know and what moves you and touches you and what you understand and what you fear and what brings you joy. And tell about your cultural traditions so that we know who we were for this time. So I'm going to end with this. We've come this far. It isn't hard to see how Africans in America embraced a Western church. God was no stranger. God woke up the day, cried over anger, calmed nights with starlight, and gave Africans in America serenity as a shield. We suckled pink babies, didn't kill them. We turned cheeks, lowered our heads, but our hearts rose in spirit, volcanoes of culture. I've walked among the hundreds of faces, humbled in the presence of peace. I've witnessed the meek, the thousand smiles of grace. Because God called, Negroes answered as Christian soldiers. Blacks took to Jesus like a crawfish to mud. God is no stranger in our homes. We are soldiers at war under divine charge. Prayer, the only down payment. Faith, the daily deposit. Whatever the cost of time, God paid in death to Jim Crow. Then came integration, rights, civil rights. Affirmative selves furnished each generation, at least for those about the Lord's business. The constant cost, a listening heart to the greatest voice to echo. So we rap to the Lord regularly, consult on corners at church, and in the quiet of a look. We've come this far by faith. We've come this far by faith, leaning on the Lord, trusting in his holy word. He's never failed me yet. Oh, can't turn around. We've come this far by faith. Thank you so much for listening and for having me.
Mona Lisa, thank you so much. From all of us, beautiful, beautiful words from your heart. I felt every passion, emotional aspect that you have in your heart, in your life, come forth in your words. Thank you so much for presenting to us tonight. It's beautiful, beautiful imagery. I love your imagery. If you check the chat room, there were tons of responses to your imagery. So
thank you
check
so
it
much.
out.
I
You're welcome.
it.
We really appreciate you being here tonight. And thank you for participating in this wonderful event and kicking off 2022 with a fantastic way. Really appreciate it. I did not mention at the top of the hour or at the beginning that we were going to have a little bit of a Q&A for you. So I've put out in the chat room, mentioned it a couple of times. So we do have some questions from the folks out there. So let me start off with Suzanne writes, let me see. Did you always write from your own life experiences, number one? And number two, are you named after the Nat King Cole song?
Number one, yes. I've only always written from my voice, my life. And I have to back up to let you know that I lost my memory in a car accident.
Wow.
For 2 years. I had a bad concussion and I married the wrong man, and he didn't tell my family. So I didn't know anybody for a couple of years. And the doctor, it was on the West Coast, and the doctor in Oregon said, just write down what you think. Because I remembered I was married, but I didn't remember him. So the person I am is the person who came out of that. So I was writing to learn who I was and remember. And I was writing about Marie Laveau and writing about the traditions here, but I really didn't know my family. I had to be reconnected with people after they found out that I had been laid up flat on my back because I had a broken pelvis too and a hole in my lung. Anyway, so I wrote to remember. And then once I found great Black writers, I couldn't sit down for a long time. I had to stand up or lay down flat. And so there was a coffee shop. We lived in student housing. He was in school then because I was working and was helping him. And the coffee shop next door, there were young Black writers. And that's the first time I heard the voices of a Sonia Sanchez, a Nikki Giovanni, a Donnell Lee, who was who became Haki Matabuti, Leroy Jones, who became Amiri Baraka. That was not taught in school to me in Louisiana. So I was so moved to hear those voices that were affirming my life during Jim Crow. And it touched me, but I didn't hear my Southern New Orleans Black Creole neighborhood stuff. So when Nikki Giovanni says Black love is Black wealth, I've been writing back to all of them all this time, but trying to embrace my own voice because I felt that's what was missing. And by the grace of God, anthologists and festivals and people have started to welcome my voice. As a matter of fact, one person recently who runs another festival I won't mention, she said, but you only write about New Orleans. Do people get it? Yes, they do. So because it's about family and tradition. So anyway, that's a long whine to get to this. But yeah, I guess I was writing before I even worried about other voices. But just I've been talking back to the writers I love and respect and admire, some of whom are here.
Well, they say write what you know, right?
That's right. Now, the second question was, because I talked way too long.
That's okay. Second question was, are you named after the Nat King Cole song?
Yes, I am. I have a poem about that if y'all want to hear it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. And I should tell you that I met Nat King Cole's son, and he heard me read this in San Francisco when I was poet in residence at the African American Historical and Cultural Society. I was just out of graduate school. And he was handsome. And oh my God, he said, what? There are Black Mona Lisas, there are Mona Lisas. So because Nat King Cole was on TV, well, first of all, let me tell you the story of Nat King Cole. So yes, I'm a Nat King Cole baby, and I'll read the poem. But what you have to know is Nat King Cole thought of himself as only a jazz pianist, not a singer. And at some point I'll write a poem about this, but his trio or quartet, it was originally a quartet, were invited to perform nationally on radio. This was going to be the first Black jazz group on public radio nationally. And the singer, the crooner, he didn't show up. And so the guys in the band said, Nat, you got to sing this, man. And he said, I'm not a singer, I'm a jazz pianist, feeling that they wouldn't take him seriously if he started singing. But they said, look, we got this gig and we are not leaving. You're going to sing this song. And he sang it, and the rest is history. And he was on TV, of course, for a decade and a half in reruns. So there's a whole generation of Mona Lisas. I've met white Mona Lisas. I even have a poem to one who was in the penitentiary. I met Filipino Mona Lisas. But this is my story. And I'll just read the poem. It's not very long. Nat King Cole babies and Black Mona Lisas. Everybody asks, really? Is Mona Lisa your name? Hey, Da Vinci's daughter, huh? Or they call another name of note. I'm Muhammad Ali. Or you call a friend, leave your name, and they say, is some picture calling you? Or they do a double take. Say what? See, we are late World War II boom babies, cuddled, love, conceived on backs of pickups, back porches, and starlit rooms to Nat King Cole. The last sister I met named Mona Lisa came from Chicago in beaded braids. She was a waitress at the Oakland Athletic Club. It was Kwanzaa. She said, hey, girl, like she knew me. I said, yeah, it was a radio hit, and Nat King Cole sang it on his own TV show. In the 1950s, everybody sang Mona Lisa. Well, Mona Lisa Wilson and I went to Xavier Prep a year. Mona Lisa Carr was a year older at Joseph S. Clark than a trade high school. Real cute, a fine cheerleader. I never knew her, but I hated her to myself, was ashamed by myself too. My daddy bears most claim to calling me. Mother said I was his baby girl, and he thought they weren't still able. Well, cousin Mildred says she told him to do it. Said the Mona Lisa was on loan from the Louvre, all in the news. Well, my daddy says in World War II, the day he saw the Mona Lisa, he saw little French boys catching rats for food in the streets, and he brought them his GI rations. And he thought, if he just had another baby girl. So my sister hated me for so long, and my brothers didn't pay no mind about names except Junior. He would sing the Mona Lisa song to me, like Uncle Toot and Uncle Herbert at a piano, Uncle Clifford and Mr. Charles. Mona Lisa, men have named you. You're so like the lady with the mystic smile. The late 60s cursed European namesakes. I reminded many I was born Black on a Black block in the 7th Ward on the backside of New Orleans. And I always thought Mona Lisa was Nat King Cole's lover, like Sweet Lorraine. I recalled Iris, Janice, and Joan. Iris had green eyes, mustard tan skin. She was littler than me, and we always fought for something. Janice had blue eyes, blonde hair, solid blood. Her daddy, Mr. John, was handsome, dark tan with thick Latin brown hair, and she beat me up regularly. Joan was jet black with short black hair. And I knew they called her a tack behind her back till I come around, because I knew they called my mother that. Well, Joan thought I was too yellow and didn't know why I wanted to be with her. But she was the only one could outswim, outdance, outdraw, outmake-believe anybody. Well, they all called me a nappy-headed yellow nigger between scratching and pulling hair. Mona Lisa got nappy hair. Mona Lisa got nappy hair. So about the time I stopped frying my hair, stopped slapping lye on it or trying tint, Sun Ra told me I look like the Oni or a Zulu queen, and told me my hair is sculpture to crown my nappiness. And I'll always remember Nat King Cole singing to me, loving me like my uncles.
Beautiful, beautiful, Mona Lisa. Beautiful, beautiful.
Thank you so much.
It's a wonderful story. We got a couple more questions, and then we do have an open mic I want to get to this evening. Did you read your father's poems to your dad?
I read some of them. They embarrassed him. And this is a quote. Why are you telling them white people all I was shit for?
That's funny.
And my dad was a writer. My dad published a poem in World War II called The Sea. And he also wrote letters for people to get Social Security if they were illiterate. He wrote reflections and eulogies for families that needed that. And when I came home to help him, it was my turn, he said. So the fact that I picked up his mantle when he felt he wasn't still able, he respected the fact that I was telling stories and that I had summers off with pay because I was a teacher. He couldn't imagine why I didn't have to go to work in the summers and that I was writing all day. And he loved that. So it took him a while to get used to it. But because I was able to write letters for neighbors who needed it or help people keep their jobs with a confession or something, it just And he did that. He did that for people. So he understood.
That's great. Thank you for that insight. That was from Randy Kaufman. Next question is from Denise Rogers. She asked, who are your influences? And you did mention that a little earlier, but so you can talk about a couple maybe that you didn't mention. And who are your earliest teachers?
So all the greats. I read voraciously. I love African writers. Oh my God. Because their experience is different, but boy, the language, the way they capture language. Some of it is in translation, some of it is directly in English. Like Chinua Achebe influences me a lot. There are newer African writers who I'm reading newly, but I love Jessamine Ward. I love not only Alice Walker, but I love Patricia Smith. I love, oh my God, there's so many people whose work really speaks to me. And I love Jericho Brown. I love, oh my God, I love Jerry Ward. I love John Warner Smith. I love Patrice Melnick and Valentine Pierce. I mean, there's just so many great writers. And what was the other question?
Earliest teachers.
Oh, well, when I was remembering and writing, I used to fill those little dime, they used to cost a dime, the little spiral mini notebooks that you can buy. And I'd fill them up and fill them up. And I took those to the teacher of those young Black writers. And she said, let me show you what to do with this after she read them. And she became my mentor, Dr. Colleen McElroy. And she mentored me through undergraduate school, helped me get my first internships at the newspapers and at University of Washington Press. I interned there for years. I learned everything about publishing, from layout to copy editing. And I even did an index when I was there. And Charles Johnson, the great fiction writer, storyteller, and also cartoonist, was also my teacher. He just edited a special volume of the Chicago Review, the anthology of African-American literature. I'm honored to be in it. Some of my new work is in that. And they really, really encouraged me. And so they would bring writers to campus, which is how I met Ishmael Reed. And he would say, Mona Lisa, you in Seattle, what you know about Marie Laveau? Because although he wasn't Southern, he just loved Southern culture. And so he wanted to know how I knew what I knew. So, but he then told me that his generation didn't need the college degree, but that mine would. So he said, stay in school. And I took that to heart. And so it was always about the work, and college allowed me the opportunity to keep learning and keep reading, and access to books and research and archives. Oh my God, I'm a bibliophile. I love, and I have my own library again, by the grace of God. Finally, 16 moves in 14 and a half years and 12 different addresses post Katrina, and I'm finally home, and I'm very blessed and thankful. So I'm teaching and reading and writing and happy. But those teachers, they were the main ones. But I met as a young poet. I didn't win the contest, but William Stafford was one of the judges. And he said, yep, you're a poet. And I said, William Stafford.
Wow.
I mean, oh my God, I thought I was going to faint because I was just reading his work. And it was just so, my teachers exposed me to so many greats that I'm thankful. So I've been trying to do that for my students ever since.
Oh, that's
and
fantastic.
I'm happy to say many of them have won contests and have published.
That's just, I mean, I'm a teacher as well. I mean, a lot of us here are, and that's the greatest joy, is to see your students take what pearls that you can give them and turn them into incredible stuff with their creativity. So, so I got one last question, then we're going to move on to our open mic, if that's okay. Mona Lisa.
All right.
And it goes to, you just mentioned something about now you're beginning to increase your library or create a library. And Roxanne Santos wants to know, How many books of poetry do you estimate in your own personal collection?
Oh my God. Okay. So I tried to get somebody to build me shelves. It was too expensive, just unimaginable. So I found these stacking bookcases. So let's see, there's 1, 2, 3. They're about 3.5 feet tall, maybe 4 feet wide. So 1, 2, 3. So what is that? That's about 10 feet. And that's all poetry.
Wow.
And then I have an equal amount on Black intellectual thought, an equal amount on folklore, and I'm still unpacking. So I have a lot of poetry. Now, and I tend to separate the anthologies from the poetry books. So the poetry books are at eye level, and the anthologies are more with reference works. But I have a lot of books of poetry, and I inhale them.
Bet you do. I bet you do. Well, Mona Lisa, it's been incredible. Thank you so much again for your participation this evening. Just reading the comments in the chat room, everybody loves your work.
Oh, I'm so thankful. Thank you so much.
Just keep doing what you do. You're welcome. Just keep doing what you do.
Thank you
and bless,
so much.
Bless us with your art.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And thank you for your kind remarks. I appreciate it so much.
No problem. I hope you hang with us because we have some incredible, wonderful open mic performers this evening that I'm going to introduce in just a few seconds. But I do want to say that this program that you're all involved in participating tonight by either just coming into our Zoom room or actually performing is funded under a grant from the Louisiana Endowment for the Humanities. This is a state affiliate for the National Endowment for the Humanities. Any views, findings, conclusions, or recommendations expressed in this program do not necessarily represent those of the National Endowment for the Humanities. And this evening is hosted by the Festival of Words Cultural Arts Collective. Again, Mona Lisa, thank you so much. Let's give it up for Mona Lisa. Snaps or claps. And we love your work. So thank you so much. So we're going to move into our open mic section of the evening. And up first, always the bookend, the beginning bookend is James Mcdowell. James, you still with us?
Yes, Bruce, thank you.
You're welcome.
What a fabulous evening and what an honor to be here. I've got 2 pieces to read tonight. The first is from my collection, The Mystery Still Drives Us. And then I've also got a new poem for everyone.
James, if I could just cut in for a second, I'm sorry to interrupt you. The bios of all the performers will be in the chat room. For those who are new to our open mic situation. And James, he's just popped up thanks to Patrice. So bios will be in the chat room. James, take it away, my friend.
This first poem is called Tell Me. Tell me, are you transparent or invisible? Do you prefer being exposed or hidden? Is this silence a question or the answer? Don't tell me about the uneasiness that wakes you at midnight midnight. Now, even the fruitless fatigue cannot move us toward the rest we need. I can't tell if the storm is adding to the turmoil I feel. Rain and wind-beaten souls are silent. I'm waiting for the truth to be exposed. Please tell me what fire drives your sacred reduction. A thickening sweetness, a savoring not meant for strangers. I don't want a taste, I want the fuel. No, they can't tell, tragedy or comedy. We are all too much of mostly the wrong things, inauthentic and fabricated, often well-written. Tell me, James K., these poems, are they sketches of the soul shadows, signposts, silhouettes. Do I have to ask this again and again? Tell me. Thank you. The next piece is called Or After. Awake from the longest night, mundane dreams abound. Yes, still here, in perhaps the bleakest of Decembers. My thoughts reach to March, the sweet embrace of friends. How does one write poetry? I am not staying up late tonight. The day job beckons like Ahab. The white whale's wrinkled brow casts shadows. There are flames of transformation and flames of theft. Discernment is important, yet grief commands both posts, and mercenaries always demand payment. The moon has its own light, seldom seen by sages. She is too shy for noisy temple teachings. Ask the hermit, after tea, before the noon bloodshed. We focus too much, correcting the inaccurate silences of others. The eyes need to turn inward. James, say what you see beneath the empty gaze. 99, just shy of 100, so you say. I say, keep your own count, get higher and deeper. The crazy diamond shine can come, mind cut or after. Thank you.
Thank you very much, James. Of course, it wouldn't be you without the squawks in the background. It definitely adds to the atmosphere. Thank you again, James. And I know you're going to be there at the you're gonna be both bookends this evening, as I understand. You have one poem that you want to tell at the end after Toby. So that will be fantastic. Thank you again, James. Really appreciate it. Okay, up next is Sandra Saar. Sandra, are you still with us?
I'm here.
Okay, great. I just want to just say just a couple of things real quick before we launch into Sandra's performance. Again, go to the chat room. There will be bios in there that Patrice will put up of all of our performances this evening. And we appreciate that very much. Also, make sure that you go to the festivalawards.org, our website, beautiful, beautiful website, put together by a wonderful webmaster, Bruce Snow. And you can find out all the information you need to about the festival, about open mics, and all the information, everything that deals with the Festival Awards. So please go to festivalawards.org. If you wish to, there's a donate button on the very top of the page. We would greatly appreciate it because we are a nonprofit, but we appreciate all the financial support and support just by coming to the Festival Awards open mic. We really appreciate it. So Sandra, what do you got for us this evening?
I have something really different than what I usually bring. It's usually I read my poetry, but tonight I'm going to read an excerpt from a story that I wrote for the LSU School of Veterinary Medicine, and it's entitled Caring for the General's Horse. And it's about Lieutenant General Russell Honore, who delivered, of course, relief to the Katrina-ravaged area of Louisiana. And he is entrusting his horse, his beloved horse, Big Red, to us at the vet school for comprehensive care. And he's been bringing his horse for about a decade. So I had the opportunity to interview him, and I want to read an excerpt from the story that illustrates the human-animal bond. And in the general's case, how it's rooted in his Creole heritage. This is the section that I will share with you this evening. It was love at first sight for the general and Big Red. When I first wrote him, he was calm, pulled to a full stop, and stayed still. He's one of the most well-broken horses I've ever encountered. He's not easily spooked, said General Honore. Big Red's original name was Crimson Pie. After his father, Pie in the Sky, a winning racehorse descended from the famous man of war. His inner lip was tattooed with a number for racing. However, racing wasn't his forte, and the registered quarter horse spent 8 years as a cow horse on Louisiana politician Foster Campbell's ranch before the general claimed him as his own. Growing up, the 8th of 12 children in rural Lakeland, Louisiana, in Point Coupee Parish, Russell Honore rode horses on the farm his family rented. He worked on a dairy farm from age 12 until he graduated from high school. Rising at 4 a.m., he mounted a horse and led cows to the barn for milking. His boss's son was a veterinarian, and young Russell aspired to enroll at LSU Vet Med and become one himself. He belonged to 4-H and showed Guernsey cows in New Roads, Louisiana. While a student at Southern University, he milked cows on the weekend and bought his first horse, Big Dan. General Honore's lifelong association with animals is deeply rooted in his Creole heritage. He said, "I love to listen to the old Creole men sit on the porch and tell their stories of their youth while sharing a half pint of bourbon deluxe. They talked about their mules and took pride in them because they were central to how they made a living. The mules plowed the gardens, cut the hay, brought in the corn and sugar cane. They laughed about how cantankerous the Creole mules of South Louisiana were." He said, "I admired the old men because they were telling the story of America, our America. These were stories of survival, of raising families and crops and depending on animals and each other. They ate well and shared their resources. Their stories were of the human experience. It was a simpler time." He recalled seeing how the Creole men he admired were treated poorly when they went into town, and it still saddens him as he describes those memories while seated outside the LSU Large Animal Hospital on a sunny afternoon, wearing a cap emblazoned with the word Army. He had enrolled in the Army ROTC, a 4-year commitment, while a student at Southern. After graduating with a BS in vocational agriculture, he answered the call to serve our country in the U.S. Army. During his 37-year military career, he rose through the ranks and retired from the U.S. Army as a 3-star general in 2008. Now, General Honore commands what he calls the Green Army, fighting toxic pollution in Louisiana's Cancer Alley. He has authored several books and travels the world as an in-demand public speaker, consultant, and media commentator on leadership, climate change, disaster preparedness, and national security. And no matter where the general is in the world, he never misses a day of checking on Big Red. As a final note, I just want to say Big Red turned 25 on Monday. He's been a patient at the Large Animal Hospital for 10 years in and out. And the general had a party for him and fed him a bowl of organic carrots. So happy birthday, Big Red. And thank you for listening. If you want to read the full story, it is on the LSU Vet Med website under Our Stories. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. That was very illuminating. Thank you very much. Very enlightening to hear a story about General Honore. Appreciate that very much. So we're going to move on. Bruce Snow is next. Bruce Snow has been the treasurer for the Festival Awards for probably 1,000 years. But Bruce, what is a guitarist and a vocalist? What are you going to entertain with us tonight, Bruce?
Let me turn up the sound. Yeah, the stuff I usually play, I characterize as elevator music, kind of easy listening stuff, and a lot of Spanish. But I've been trying to sort of extend my repertoire to fit in with our Monday night bluegrass jam. So I'm going to be playing 3 kind of bluegrass type things. First one's called Down Yonder. The next one is Wildwood Flower, a standard by the Cutter family. And the last piece is the Battle of New Orleans. it.
Very nice, Bruce. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's always nice to hear your guitar. It's a really nice, our performance is so diverse. We go everywhere from prose to poetry to musical interludes. So I really appreciate that. As well as your expert financial advice for the board. Thank you, Bruce. We really appreciate it. Moving on, I believe this next performer is a first timer. If I'm incorrect, please correct me, but I believe she is our first timer. Please let me introduce Sandra Nelms Ludwig.
Yeah.
Sandra,
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Hello?
Hello. Yes, we're here.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I would like to share 2 poems with you. The first is a narrative from an incident that happened when I was around 9 or 10 years old. And it's entitled Another Visit to Bob Johnson's Department Store. It was always a treat traveling 13 miles to town, especially a treat if going to Bob Johnson's department store. For these infrequent trips, Mom always dressed me in my Sunday best, an all-day laundry starched and pressed church dress covered a candy cane petticoat, white socks with spidery web thin lace around the turned-down edges, and black patent leather shoes my older sister outgrew, having slightly overturned scuffed heels, completed my ooh child, thought I was cute look once again. Smudged in my memory is one visit. This Saturday morning, Mom and I were looking at the pretty array of clothing upstairs where Mom was looking, because I knew for certain I wasn't going to get nothing. With 6 chaps and 2 grown-ups living on Dad's one paycheck, there were few knew anything to be had. Following her from rack to rack, I was glad to just be there. Midway of the visit, I had to pee. Wagging a warning finger, she sent me to the bathroom on the basement level. I treaded quickly, but respectfully down the steps, carefully avoiding bumping into any other shoppers. Turned the knob on the colored bathroom door. It was locked. Knocked and nobody answered. Had to pee down it. Shifting back and forth, I tried waiting. I had to go. Rushed to the whites only bathroom. Turned the knob on the door and was relieved it was unlocked and free. Stared, I entered. Immediately smelled sweet-scented soap and perfumed air. Wow! Sure nothing smelled like the colored bathroom. Carefully wiped the toilet seat afterward with toilet paper. No droplets was going to be left on me. Wiped the sink clean too. Heard someone turning the knob. I slowly opened the door. Saw 2 stalwart white women. The blue gray-haired eldest lady sharply asked, "Colored child, what are you doing in our bathroom?" A battering barrage of "don't you know better" muffled my attempted explanation. Oh Lord, I caused such a ruckus. Relieved, I saw Mama coming toward us. Glaring stares stabbed her every step to retrieve me. Angry gobbled protest shouted down on Mama and me. Knew from the single-line firmness of her lips I was gonna be whipped. Just didn't know it was gonna be in the store in front of them, all of them white folks. Whomp! An open-handed blow crossed at my rear end. Oppressive outrage switched seamlessly into striding, supported cheers. Womp! Whipper! Womp! Teach her a lesson. Womp! She gotta learn. I wept, not because it hurt my candy cane covered bottom. It ached much deeper. Yanking my skinny arm, Mama pulled me down the aisle to the exit. She shouted the somewhat soothed audience repeatedly with, sorry, sorry, sorry for my transgression. From hiccup tears, I promised Mama to never, ever do it again. A promise firmly punctuated with me always drinking only sips of water before all future visits to Bob Johnson's department store. My last piece is entitled Ashtray. A cigarette dangled from his lips as he entered the room. His brooding scowl stared her into immediate silence. She knew tiptoeing carefully around his nude was the least perilous path. Must try avoiding the virulent violence hovering on the horizon. Anything, any minuscule misstep would be a mistake. She stared at her feet, quietly waiting. He slapped her with meeting the floor force, straddled her prone body, smirked and ground his cigarette into her swelling cheek. Her scream softened into a whimper. She wiped away the blistering ashtray. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra, so much. I really, really dig your background. I love your background. But beautiful, powerful words. Thank you so much, Sandra. Welcome to the Festival Words Open Mic, and I hope we see you in the future. Thank you so much for blessing us.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on. Next up is Randy Kaufman. Randy, are you there?
I'm here.
All right, Randy. Well, whenever you're ready, let's hear what you've got for us tonight.
I'm going to read two pieces. The first one is some memories from when I was in China as a student. It's called Spring Thaw 1985. Is the Great Wall really that great? Walter should never have told me you can't really see it from space. No natural or man-made famous spot in China has disappointed yet, so screw Walter. He's just jaded from being in Beijing for over a year. I love grand structures made of stone, especially weathered or rough ones. If I weren't on this trip, I'd be biking to the Summer Palace again or reading among the ruins of its predecessor. Really, the only question is, could the Great Wall be more moving than the hanging monastery etched into a cliff? The bus ride to the wall is long. Beijing falls away. Claire is demanding attention as usual. Weldon is pushing her buttons for fun. I hope he gets back my old man sunglasses from the store by school soon. I'll need to move fast to get ahead of Claire when we get off the bus at the village. Teacher Pan announces we are here and tells us the rules of the day. He gives me a pinch on the arm and a wink. Did he really tell on people during the Cultural Revolution? Why does he have a thing for me? It can't be my Chinese unless he finds messed up tones endearing. He's like those teenage boys I met in the Natural History Museum. I must be just the right kind of exotic for them. I look at Weldon and he hands my glasses back. Let's go, comrade, he adds as we take off. Since there's no missing the wall, we won't get lost. The countryside looks and feels different from Beijing, lighter. Is it because we are far from government buildings? No mouse suits in sight. People have shed a few layers in the spring sun too. The earth is dry. Is this the dust that blows through the glass of my dorm window? In an effort to soften my presence, I offer Ni Hao Wan An to the villagers. They smile back. No drop jaws like the time we stopped on the way to Taishan. This section of the wall isn't usually open to tourists, but they must have seen a few. The wall is massive, but in the noon sun, it doesn't cast a shadow. Villagers are chatting in front of the only store, tending gardens and chickens, and cooking lunch in ancient courtyards. No uniformed guards with megaphones announce, Bie Sui Di Tu Tan, no public spitting. I wish I could stop and talk with them about living by the wall. Do they feel protected from invaders? Am I an invader? But if I did, Teacher Pan would hurry me along. The wall's getting closer. My heart beats faster. I take off my sunglasses and squint to look at it in the natural light. Time is visible in its corners and colors. I pick up speed, climb up the hill and then the stairs. At the top, I catch my breath. Hands on hips, I look out for miles. On the left and right, the wall keeps snaking until it disappears. On the other side is similar to the village, but uninhabited and wilder. There are no Huns in sight. Step after step, I cross the sections of the wall. I'm now farthest from other humans than I've been in months, in the balmy air, peaceful on a battlement, surrounded by man-made and natural beauty. I should turn back, but I don't. Teacher Pan will never leave without me. Okay, this one's called Time Traveling. Imagine the time when your senses are engaged and tranquil. Maybe you're lying on the beach. The beach takes away just the right amount of heat from the sun. The sound of surf and gulls lull you into remembering building drip castles with your little sister when everything but the sand and water and warmth fell away. You daydream of love and acceptance. Imagine a time when you're treading water. Maybe your parents are arguing as they pack up the car for vacation. You refuse to feel the hot or cold of it or count the seconds. They stop, but nothing is resolved. In the car, you sing along to the AM radio in a soft voice. Don't go breaking my heart, and I never promised you a rose garden. The other passengers barely notice. Imagine a time when you're scared. Maybe you're giving a presentation to a room full of expert strangers. The hotel ballroom has busy carpet, a dozen chandeliers, and 50 tables. You stumble on a couple of thoughts and talk fast, but the spotlight goes by even faster. The audience asks questions, but none you can answer. Then your mentor takes you out for a drink. Imagine a time your heart can't bear. Maybe you can't be with your love because of geography and responsibilities. You live in their separation and you refuse the ending. A letter comes from the new girlfriend. Ache wraps around your guts and squeezes. Then you lay your head on your friend's shoulder, take a sip of wine, and notice the second hand on your watch is still ticking. Imagine a time when you have few obligations. Maybe you're semi-retired during a pandemic. You spend most of your days on the sofa embroidering and reading with Jojo and Bernie curled up beside you. Your Google Drive fills with reflections, ideas, lists, and plans. You wrap yourself in the alpaca throw you bought on a carnival day in the Andes. The softness of the blanket eases you into a nap full of love and acceptance.
Wow, look at that. Your first public performance. Give it up.
Thank you all so much.
Give it up for Randy. Woo, 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 woo.
You all are so kind.
Well, that was fantastic being your very first time. Please come back. We do this every month. We'd love to have you on board. So please come on back. That was wonderful. Give it up again for Randy Kaufman. First time public performance. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. All right, we're going to move on to our next performer. I believe this is her first time with us as well. And let's see if I can pronounce her name correctly. Richa Dinesh Sharma. How's that? Richa?
That's absolutely right.
All right. The man, I nailed it.
Absolutely.
And tell us where you're performing from tonight.
Okay, so I'm time traveling to you. Just weaving in the story that Randy just narrated about time travels. It's Thursday morning here in Singapore, and I'm ahead of you. I hope I'm clear. My voice is clear.
Yes, your audio, your video is just a little bounces
lagging?
Back and forth. Yes, but your audio is great. Yeah. Your audio is great.
I just hope it sorts itself. Yes.
Yes, it's really good.
So I'm pleased to be here.
We're pleased to have you.
Thank you so much, Bruce. Thank you, Martha, and thank you, Dennis. Me the way to the festival. Okay, so I'm going to be reading two pieces. They're both. One of them is not published. I did not share it with them. It's very personal. The other is published with Fine Lines last year. So the first one, the poem is called The Courtyard. I was very moved by Mona Lisa's accounts of her childhood and her vivid descriptive poems. This one I had written quite some time back. I hope you like it. It's very nostalgic. The Courtyard. My parents' home is far away. I am so distant from it. Yet somehow I visit it in my dreams. That courtyard with a guava tree, the seat of my childhood. The swings from the laden tree, not just the guava tree, a mango and a sweet lime too. Hammocks made out of my mother's saris, some cottons and some silks that she loved. Those hammocks for my afternoon adventures. I was a pirate, sometimes a fugitive scientist, fed on an active dose of action Hollywood. The trees would hide me well. They concealed my fallacies too, letting me be. Sometimes I'd tire and doze off in that precious childish slumber under the diaphanous foliage, lit like 1,000 lamps by the scorcher in the sky above. I was carried off from under my trees into my mother's bed ritually. Yet somehow my body never knew the difference. The dirt was as cool to touch, as soft and even as my mother's arms. That courtyard was my botany lab too, my place to write stories, fantasies. It was also my space to imagine, to form my own theories of the world, my life-sized terrarium. It lived in me for as long as I in it, even when I went far, far away. I think it knew me well. That courtyard knew the sound of my feet. How I know that it knew, I cannot tell. It was changed in places, concretized too when I met it last. Lost its trees and its spirit too. Just some bushes and hedges, like an apology to the space. I took off my heels and touched the dirt again. The courtyard seemed to recognize me. And I have the second poem. This is published with Fine Lines. The title is Nemesis. I look too far through this warped, illegitimate lens, my senses on their knees, as though in deference. I see beyond this visage of tumult and churn. The sun splits the seas through the trail it burns. Like a rider's rhythmic, staccato sounds, that vibration from you goes all around. It hit me. I fall down in a desperate heap, somnolently awake, though summarily asleep. You can't belong to me, a malicious muse. You're just another verse, a poetic ruse. I tumble down the rabbit's proverbial hole. It's stacked with trinkets that my future stole. Which way out? I look through the doors, too small for me and no potions to pour. Once again I stand slapped and tricked. My throat, my heart, my flow constricts. But bright chandeliers overhead light up your dark. You're a madman's journey, open to embark. I am mad, the hatter, the clown. I look up towards your downest down. At the end of my dream, slivers of golden broken glass, the warped lens meets its nemesis at last.
Thank you, Richa. we appreciate you coming on board. Please come on back. We do this usually the last Wednesday or Thursday of the month. So go to our website, which for everybody is again, festivalwords.org. And we'll have all the information for our upcoming open mics and for obviously for the festival as well. Good luck there in Singapore. Thank you so much for joining us. We were blessed with your words. We really appreciate it. Come on back. Okay, moving on. Our next performer of the evening is Roxanne Santos. Roxanne, you still with us?
Yes, I am.
All right, Roxanne, you're up, my dear.
Thank you so much, Bruce. I just have a couple of poems to share. This first one doesn't have a title yet. She called me everything she could come up with without using any four-letter words because she was too saved for that. But not too holy to tell me to go to hell after I told her I wouldn't perform alongside her. After she told the world how she applauded Cosby's release, that the women were asking for it, that they had gotten their just desserts for living a life of sin, her 3-minute oil spill splattering itself all over the web, the social media waves spreading her toxic all over my screen, the sound of her voice makes me nauseous. Not because I've never smelled the stench of an oil spill before, or watch young hatchling struggle and finally choke on its liquid death, or unearth a brown splotch beneath the place they said was already saved, the poisonous sheen, the wastefulness of it all, the sickness that slowly evolves for generations to come. It's not that I haven't seen or heard this all before. I have, just never from someone who looks so much like me. This other one, this is a set of affirmations. One of my students was going through a really hard time. So I got him a sketchbook and I just jotted down a couple of affirmations in it for him. And then it just continued on in my notebook here. So this is called Affirmations for Keenan. Brave, brilliant, beautiful Black boy. It doesn't matter if you fall apart. You will still be beautiful, brilliant, brave Black boy. 2, your empty desk speaks for you, but it does not have your voice. It does not know your dreams. It cannot mimic your smile or your laugh. So yes, we noticed when you were gone. 3, it isn't fair to say the world will not miss you if you never gave it a chance to know you. 4, you are not a ghost. I see you. I always have. Your smile is no zephyr. Your voice may be soft, but your words have never been a whisper. You are too much joy in this space to ever be called invisible. 5, it is true that some of the world has forgotten how to love, but that does not mean that you are not loved. And this last one is a reference to Kendrick Lamar's song for anybody who listens to Kendrick Lamar, who's a Pulitzer Prize winning rap artist. It is the city that is broken, my dear. It is not you. You have always been a good kid in a mad city. And that's it for me today.
Thank you so much, Roxanne. As always, beautiful, wonderful, beautiful words coming from a beautiful person. So we appreciate it. Continue joining us every month and come out to the festival in November. We'd love to see you there as well. Thank you again so much for your artistry. Okay, moving on. I believe this is a first timer as well. Ashley Havard.
Yes.
Havard. Ashley Havard. Ashley, what do you have for us this evening, dear?
Oh, hey. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yes, beautifully.
Okay. So I'm going to read work from my new book. Well, it's a year old, actually. It came out last year, right about this time, from LSU Press. And I'm going to read a poem, maybe two, depending on the time. Contrary to popular belief, South Louisiana does not own all the great cemeteries in the universe. Shreveport, where I am writing here, talking from, has some really great ones. And the one featured in the poem I'm going to read has what is called a baby land. And those are special areas that were popular in the late 19th century through the mid 20th century as special areas set aside for stillbirths and infants and small children. I noticed that the stones there were small slabs and had all the same images, Little Bo Peep for girls and Little Boy Blue for boys. And I also noticed that many of the better stones, the more prominent stones elsewhere in the cemetery, had the weirdest names, the absolute most bizarre names. So this poem is called Baby Land. Sleep weary. I'm going to start over. Baby Land. Sleep weary. They grew weary too of looking for their sheep among these slabs, like small wrapped gifts that rhyme. Boy Blue, Bo Peep, the same two scenes laid down time and again around their baby land's pavilion. Infant, but most have names gently used. Their days recorded. No room for mother, father, compelled to leave and leave and leave. These little ones once knew tears. Now they know rain. Your eyes, rain blurred. It's easy to picture them. Filmy shapes among rabbits, robins, squirrels. Barefoot, they run in puddles, swarm the heavy oaks, swim the ponds, crawl into the cold arms of angels. All the grassy acres of Forest Park, theirs, for play and play and play. The game of names, a favorite, even for the littlest ones whose eyes never opened, whose frail fingers have learned to read the important, upright stones like Braille. Eat well, skeeters, hasty eat man, good patient, the combinations endless. Hipple hide, pain, gore, and stump. Nearby, the bones of the long-lived dead wear toothy smiles, the tedium of waiting for resurrection, thank God, interrupted. Thanks. That'll be it. We can move on.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Ashley. We are kind of a little tight
Yeah,
with
that's
time.
what I was thinking.
But no, definitely come back next time, and we'll give you more of a platform, more time, more time.
This is delightful. I love hearing all these voices. Thank you so much.
Well, that's what this is all about. That's what Festival Words is all about, is voices, is giving voice to the voiceless sometimes, or giving voice. And I see that somebody in your household is a Rolling Stones fan.
Oh, you see my elbows back there.
Yeah, you're Let It Bleed and Sticky Fingers. I noticed them like that.
My husband and I both.
Yeah, well, I am too. So, But again, please come on back. Very wonderful words. And thank you for gracing us this evening with your
Well, thank you
poetry.
so much.
Appreciate it. Okay, up next is my buddy, Tyler Robert Sheldon in the house.
Hey, pal, how you doing?
Okay, man.
Dude, it's so good to see all you again. My gosh, it's wonderful to be back on the Zoom screen. It's been too long. I can't wait till we can all see each other in person. I'm going to read a few poems from my book from last year, When to Ask for Rain from Spartan Press in Kansas City. And eventually I'll make my way through the whole book, you'll see. This is called River's Parable of Self. It's one of a series of poems focused on rivers in this book. Can everybody hear me? Okay. River's Parable of Self. The fisher who reels up a catch in early morning's net winds different parts of self into himself. The fish has known this moment its whole life and is not afraid because nets are not afraid. The river eddies around them all and catches them and is also caught. Rivers move mostly one way at once to meet other parts of themselves they already know. Whirlpools are rivers remembering themselves. This next one is another river poem. It's called Small Finds. Often I would go walking rivers with family, my spouse, my dad, to find artifacts and fossilized bone. All sorts of Paleolithic wonders lie on the river. Small finds. 1. We go down over the hip of the land to the river, catching stickers in our jeans, small stitches of pain in the fabric of ourselves. 2. Bottle hunting, my spouse spies a mud-dark inkwell deep in sand by the bridge. At our coaxing, it releases and we look for cracks, maps of its time and its making. 3. Tiny fish jump, shocked away from each other, small static sparks. Another river-ing that I used to do was kayak trips with friends and family. On this one particular fateful trip, I got to witness the capsizing of a canoe. Hilarious and terrifying at the same time. It's called Too Late to Save. A water bottle floats toward us on the river, slips past the bow of our boat. We paddle back and find splashing the prow of the spare boat sinking full of our gear and Dan treading water, hanging one-handed to his own canoe. As we right his listing boat, gather coolers and tackle, Dan cries out too late as a whiskey fifth slips beneath the surface. This last one I'll read is called Enchiladas After Striking the Camp. It's the aftermath of that one river trip. We all survived, but we were a little crisped up, sunburnt like chips, So this is that poem. It's called Enchiladas After Striking the Camp. You hoist open the door to a restaurant, the three of you fresh from 2 days on the river, burnt red as bobbers from the reflected afternoon sun. Dirt coats everything, socks to eyebrows. The canoe will need to be scrubbed. You will all need to be scrubbed. You will wait too long and resign yourself to scraping river mud from your shoes slowly, but it will be a meditation like the hush, hush, hush of paddles through the river, which even now continues its long walk. You don't look up when the server leads you to a table where you order enchiladas and then go off to wash your hands. This takes too long so that the chips are cold when you return. You don't speak when the food comes, just fork bite after bite, like you've never eaten in your life, like you've just discovered the need. Chairs scrape the floor a table away. An old man laughs at some joke like the bright wind whistle of trees. Your friend passes the chip basket and the lights in the restaurant are warm as mid-afternoon sun. You are back in the world and all of the world is pleased. Thank you.
As always, Tyler, thank you. We always appreciate you coming on board and gracing us with your wonderful words. And I love the analogy of the rivers and the flow of life and all that. I get it. So thank you so much for that. Keep coming back, man. We love you. So we're going to move on to Valentine Pierce. Valentine.
I have to unmute myself.
Okay.
Hello. I have 3 poems that are like at least a couple of decades old, but they're short. This one is called Georgetown. Okay. Georgetown. I could send you sensuous sonnets, silken scented flowers of purple passion, if the purple had been more than an anxious midnight blue in a neon night. I could send you pointed prose of lovers entrapped in a web of their own weaving, if I but knew with what they wove their tangled threads. I could string a precious strand of pearly remembrances, if only some had been collected from an ocean of tender times. But all I have are hazy hellos and silly sentiments of moments barely counted in the hurried living of my life. All I have is the twinkle of pre-dawn stars. All I have is a dream yet unclaimed in an uncertain future and a possible promise of love yet to come. This one is called Make Love to Me. Make love to me, the woman screamed, and faded into the blackness in an outer limits teaser. A lover's script replayed in my memory. NYPD Blue, make love to me, she cooed. And they loved long and tender, their bodies one streaming ribbon. I clicked the remote and threw it on the sofa. I had had enough of women begging for love. I crawled my behind into bed and tried to shake your image from my mind, read myself to sleep. But you walked into my dream and loved me awake. That silken voice, those jeweled eyes, that sepia skin. I knew then that I had gone mad, that the void in my life had consumed my mind. I lay in the darkness, sweaty and shivering, staring wide-eyed into the night. And there was your image smiling at me. I could almost feel your lips upon mine. I blinked my eyes to erase your image, to change the channel, to no avail. I pulled the sheets over my head and squeezed my eyes closed, started counting 1,999, 998. Please, God, let me go back to sleep and don't let me have sweet dreams. And this is the last one, although I probably wrote this one long before those. This is called Love Is. Love is territorial, predatory, swoops hawk-like to claim its victims, talons piercing, crushing, tears them apart piece by still warm peace, devours life-ebbed flesh, leaves the bones for witch doctors to string into amulets of luck, pound into powder for love potions. Magic so strong, it works every time, never fails. Love. Thank you.
Thank you, Valentine. As always, beautiful words, beautiful artistry. We appreciate you very much. Next up, I was looking, I'm not sure if he's with us right now, is Charles Claudel Garrett the first. Charles, are you with us?
He's not, Bruce. I messaged him and he said he's not well.
Okay, that's fine. I did not see him in the collection of people who are currently in the cafe. So but I just wanted to make sure. So we're gonna move on to Suzanne Wilt. Suzanne?
Yes, you pronounced it correctly, Bruce.
Yay! All right. Well, what do you got for us tonight, Suzanne?
Okay, I have 3 poems that are brief. But before I start, I just want to say I think that I may have to start calling my dad my Creole daddy. I just love that. I loved it, and he would love to be referred to as such. But okay, so the first poem, I'm going to keep up with the theme of love poetry. Since as you pointed out earlier, it was called Love-uary. I never heard of that before. And this is a poem that was generated as part of the Festival of Words in November. So that's why I wanted to share it with you all, to do a shout out to the generative structure of this group. Okay, so as of now, this is still called Nocturne. Oh, and this was from my workshop with Amy Nezukumatatio. I think I pronounced that correctly. I was always nervous when I saw you with a shovel. Your backyard was a constant experiment for things I didn't understand. A fire pit, you said. I hadn't dug one. I don't come from outside people. You live your whole life outside. Hours later, a fire blazed, and I realized that no candle could do your beauty justice. Licked by firelight, you looked like an ancient man settling into himself, poised to enjoy all the creature comforts: beverage, barking dog, willing woman. I took comfort in your arms then. I always did. But there was something different that night. Maybe the oddity of a man next to me. It was like the fire stoked by you was transplanted out of me and into the world. Someone snapped a picture of us leaning into each other, and I was burned again by the flash and the searing of that night into my memory, where warmth and light and love commingled for the first time, with no thought yet for the soot rising up and staining the trees. So this next one is called Of Love and Breakfast Cereal. One day you made an out of the blue remark about a children's cereal, quoting its slogan and everything. I was so charmed by this glimpse into the tastes enjoyed by the young you. I pictured you and your brother at the table, goofing off and late for school, driving your mom crazy. Though she was also charmed by this tableau of boys at breakfast, messy, clumsy, high-spirited, her own little real-life cartoon characters spilling cereal all over the floor, yet holding on to the memories all these years later, when another woman sits across the table from you and ponders the kind of character you've become in her life. And I'm going to end with this final poem, which is called Second Summer at the Festival. It's one I've read before. It's been said in this form for a while, but I'm thinking about changing it up. So I've just been reading into different venues to see how it still feels in my mouth and if I need to make changes. So if you have any suggestions or comments, throw them in the chat. I can take anything. I've been at this a long time. I can take any constructive criticism. or just criticism. Second summer at the festival. Part 1. Out of costume. You captivate me as a spectator, so changed from last summer when I saw you on stage. Without last summer's tan, this lighter self seems like a pale counterpart to the character you were before, sun-kissed and awash in stage lights. What to make of this plain clothes you? Baby blue button-up shirt, board shorts, head crowned with surprising dark curls, no longer imprisoned beneath a dark fedora. Speaking to a friend in your regular rhythm, no longer constrained by iambic pentameter, in hushed free verse, you critique your co-conspirators of the year before. Your laugh is youthful, loud and carefree, so much in contrast to who you were before. No fancy fedora-wearing partisan would laugh like that. Part 2, off book. Without a seat as my mark, I am lost in the lobby, adrift without a drink. Without a script, I am silent, too timid to speak to you of this or that play. Flickering lights signal us to move back into the dark play space in an anonymous tandem dance. Part 3, applause. We applaud together for what we have witnessed. You for your friends, former foes, fellow players. I for them, and for you, the you of yesteryear, costume-clad and captivating, and for you now, a lovely and unexpected sideshow. Thank you. That's the end of my set.
Thank you so much, Suzanne. We always appreciate your wonderful artistry. You're coming from New Orleans. That's where you're at, right?
I'm from New Orleans originally. No, I'm living in Franklin right now.
Oh, okay. Okay, good enough. Good enough. I love your background and everything, and I love your braids.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you again, Suzanne. All right, folks. We're going to go to our number one guy there, Mr. Toby Daspit. Toby in the house.
Thank you, Bruce. Right at 9:05. So you're hearing something as fresh as it's going to get for me because I wrote it today. I was inspired by a session I went to that Dr. Shafei Han, who's in the room tonight, presented at LSU about children and philosophy. And she asked us a series of questions, but one of the questions was, tell a secret you had as a child. And that sparked this. I also see a couple of other of my UL colleagues here, Dr. Wadsworth and Dr. Petrie. So we're expanding our audience. What a wonderful group tonight. This is called Watering Rabbits. And it's for Shafei and the secrets we all had as children. We grew up on fried rabbit and rice-a-roni and green beans with soft bacon swimming between those stringy, overcooked stalks. I had no idea that rabbit wasn't on everyone's dinner plate once or twice a week, that it was considered exotic until I saw it packaged once in a grocery store. I must have been 10 years old and grabbed the package, ran to mom saying, $9.99 a pound? Are we rich? Of course, we weren't rich. We were tucked away off a gravel road on the outskirts of town, just shy of an acre, just outside city limits. My dad liked to brag because he felt he'd cheated the system, because it meant he could have the tiny farm he always wanted. So Dad raised the rabbits we ate once or twice a week, along with pigeons and chickens and occasionally quail, doves. And of course, he had a garden with tomatoes, cucumbers, okra, crowder peas, and weeds. One of the chores I inherited in those years where I was old enough to complete the task, but before Dad retired and completed them on his own, was feeding and watering the rabbits, to be completed immediately upon returning home from school, immediately after departing that dusty, faded yellow school bus driven by a distant relative on my mom's side. Dad had built the rabbit cages himself that lined the coulee behind our house, hidden by the tool shed he also built. I reckon there were 15 or so cages, 10 adult rabbits at any given time, plus special ones for breeding and raising the kittens. I just learned that today, that baby rabbits are called kittens. There was also makeshift slaughterhouse nearby, a large nail hammered into a utility pole, buckets always ready for the bleeding out, club propped up at the ready. Feeding the rabbits wasn't a huge deal. I actually enjoyed trips to Broussard's feed store with Mom to pick up the rabbit food, huge bags of pellets we'd load into the trunk of our used yellow Dodge sedan. Mom always had a couple of nickels so I could wrestle candied peanuts out of the gumball machines. And after all, new pellets could be added on top of old pellets to avoid any waste. No one was the wiser. But watering was another story. Dad insisted that fresh water must be provided daily. The old water dumped out, the bowls rinsed, then filled with fresh water from the faucet and the hose it fed. I'll be able to tell, he said, if you don't dump the old and fill with fresh water. But dumping, rinsing, and filling rabbit bowls took time, way more time than adding pellets to any leftover pellets. And though I never told him, I didn't dump the water every day, certainly didn't rinse the bowls. I often just topped off the water, figuring he wouldn't really check after he came home from work after sunset. And besides, I was in a rush to Cocoa Puffs and Count Chocula and Fruit Loops and afternoon cartoons and Gilligan's Island. I Dream of Jeannie, Gomer Pyle. One Sunday, Dad opened the back screen door, hollered me outside. I found him out back stalking that dreaded makeshift slaughterhouse. He had that blood-stained smock on. So I knew he'd have fried rabbit with rice-a-roni and green beans once or twice that week. I'm not sure of exactly what he said or how he said it or why. It seems clear to me, even 45 years later, that in his mind, he wasn't making an odd request. I suspect it was his way of embracing a teachable moment. That moment, that insect in amber, that request, I had no choice but to fulfill. Pick 3 is how I hear it now. Frozen in my mind's ice tray, unthawable. I don't know if now is the time to confess this, but I'm going to anyway. Dad, it wasn't high school senior perpetually in trouble older brother Terry who drained that bottle of Old Crow you kept for company only since you never touched a drop and replaced it with caramel colored food colored water. It was 8th grade me, 13-year-old me, 3 years after I stopped eating rabbit me. I just thought you should know. I just thought I should know.
Well, Toby, you said you wrote that today? How prolific. I mean, you just, words are just gushing out of you all the time. Pieces are just gushing out of you all the time. Thank you so much.
It's all Shafe's fault. She got me thinking. Secrets. Kids.
Well, And where does your inspiration come from? It comes from many different sources. It comes from everywhere. So we really always appreciate you being with us. And thank you so much for those wonderful words, fresh from the pen, as they say. James was supposed to bookend tonight with a last poem, but I believe he's gone. Are you still here? Oh yeah. I was looking for you, couldn't see you. So
no worries.
Please, James. Thank you again, Toby. James, go ahead.
Yes, so in the spirit of inspiration and in the spirit of this fabulous community, I wanted to share a poem that was inspired by Toby the last time we were together. So this is for Toby. There are impossible things. We don't know them. Poets will drag the rubbish cans to the curb. We love these chores, especially in the moonlight. Are there 100 full moon sights left for you? Most do not have a clue about the passing of time. There are oh so many blessings in the moonlight. Are you one of those seekers or posers of strength at the edge of destruction? Well, I confess that I have stared much too long into your moonlight. The curves and the straights, they, them, he, him, she, her, edges and shadows, please just whisper my name aloud. There is delight in making love in the moonlight. Pontifications are not your type of verse. Image and deep song take you. That is poetry. James, you so cherish the darkness, not the moonlight. Poets want the softness of rose petals, like everyone else. We know to bring sharp clippers and thick leather gloves. There are many hidden thorns in the soul of the moonlight. Thank you so much.
Thank you, James. Beautiful. Thank you so much. Well, that about wraps it up, everybody. I can't thank you much from the bottom of my heart for your participation. Those of you who come out every month, please spread the word about Festival of Words. Go to our website, festivalofwords.org, to find out about upcoming events. We're going to hopefully next month, our open mic will hopefully be live. We're keeping our fingers crossed. We will stay virtual as long as we need to and have to, but hopefully next month we'll come back live for our open mic. So just go to our website and we'll have it posted there as to how we're going to move forward. But thank you again for everybody. Wonderful evening, wonderful entertainment, and bless your heart for everything. And everybody be safe, be healthy, and we love you. Have a good night.